The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father, clothed in dazzling splendor, we bow our hearts in your presence. You are our helper, our defender, and our refuge. You have been our hope through every generation and will remain our hope for the years to come. Lord, strengthen our senators for the challenges they face today. Direct their thoughts, words, and actions, and help them faithfully follow your leading. Use them to bring healing where there is brokenness, wisdom where there is confusion, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. Give them peace in turbulent moments and a faith that remains steadfast under pressure. May their words be a foundation of life, bringing encouragement, truth, and grace. We pray in your majestic name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., August 7, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John R. Curtis, a senator from the state of Utah, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nominations pursuant to S. Res. 817, which are pending en bloc.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
on the poor, no quorum, right?
No quorum.
On the job numbers this morning, the alarm bells on the sorry state of Trump's economy keep ringing and ringing. The jobs report this morning revealed America lost 23,000 jobs because of Trump's disastrous agenda, his tariffs, and his failed war. But that's not all. Got even worse. The morning's report also revealed that 103,000 fewer jobs were added in May and June than previously reported. So the total job loss reported is close to 130,000 jobs. The only person who ought to lose their job right now is Donald Trump. He's handling the economy so poorly, with the chaos, the inconsistency, the lack of paying attention to the facts, the lying. It's all coming down to his doorstep. Trump sowed mayhem in our economy with his costly war, with his chaotic and inconsistent economic policies, and with his nonstop corruption. But he's not suffering the consequences. Working Americans are. Donald, start doing your job so the American people stop losing theirs. Trump cost America 23,000 jobs last month, but he has the gall to call this, quote, the greatest economy we've ever had by far. What planet is he on? Does he not care at all about the people, the 300 and some odd million Americans he represents? He just thinks by saying these things it's true. Trump, when you say it's the greatest economy we've ever had and we've lost over 130,000 jobs in the last few months, you don't know what you're talking about, you're not in reality, and it's cruel and callous to the people who are no longer earning a salary. Americans are working multiple jobs just so they can feed and house their families. How are Americans supposed to afford Trump's skyrocketing costs if they lose their jobs too? Last week's news that economic growth is down and costs are up was a 1-2 gut punch to the American people, and this terrible jobs report is the uppercut that follows. Every red economic flag is waving, every warning light is flashing, and every alarm bell is ringing about Trump's catastrophic handling of the economy, and he's in la-la land, not even paying attention to it and saying we have the greatest economy ever. On Russian sanctions, if we want to stop the bloodshed Russia unleashed on Ukraine, we have to make it clear to Putin that he's fighting a losing battle. The Russia sanctions bill sends an unmistakable message to Moscow that America will back Ukraine to the hilt, that we will look for new ways to back Ukraine. Lindsey Graham was searching for those ways for a long time, and today his wishes, even though he's no longer with us, are likely to achieve fruition. The Russian sanction bill will make it clear to Moscow that America will back Ukraine to the hilt. The Russian sanctions bill sends an unmistakable message to Putin that we will oppose him for as long as it takes to defeat him. I've long said that supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russia's illegal invasion is about protecting the United States and our future generations as much as it is about supporting Ukraine. Just this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that U.S. intelligence is now warning Putin may try a limited assault on NATO in the coming months and years to test our resolve. Putin's ambitions beyond Ukraine have long been clear to all of us who have fought tooth and nail to support Ukraine. Putin wants to test America's resolve because he doubts Trump's resolve. That's what happens when Trump tries to placate the Russians at every turn. And now Congress, bipartisan, with Lindsey Graham looking down upon us, is saying, even if Trump doesn't get it, the danger that Putin presents, we do, and we're taking strong action. We need to show Putin he's dead wrong about questioning our strength, and this bill is an important step in that direction. The legislation is going to help drain Putin's war chest and give Ukraine the tools to defend itself. So I want to thank Senators Blumenthal and Shaheen for all their work on this bill. They've been diligent, dogged, and unrelenting, and they're about to achieve their goal of passing this legislation. Thugs like Putin don't care about what we say, only about what we do. You can only stop him with actions, not words. Russia's losing momentum in this war every single day, and we will keep helping Ukraine stop the invaders in their tracks for as long as it takes. And on the CR, finally, for months, Senate Democrats have been clear as day. We want to reach across the aisle and hammer out a budget that delivers for the American people. Today's CR gives us the breathing room necessary to work out a budget that helps make life more affordable to working families and reins in Trump's rampant chaos, his rampant corruption. Senate Democrats have stood up for the American people at every stage of these negotiations, and that's why Senator Murray successfully blocked Trump's scheme to withhold taxpayer-funded grants from states he deems disloyal to MAGA. Americans of every stripe, in blue states, in red states, and states in between, want their government to deliver for them. Senate Democrats won't stop until we get the job done. Yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be. Mr. President, I move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call votes. Young for up to 5 minutes, Warnock for up to 5 minutes, Cassidy for up to 10 minutes, Wyden for up to 15 minutes, Paul for up to 20 minutes, Shaheen for up to 5 minutes, Blumenthal for up to 10 minutes, and Risch for up to 5 minutes. Mr. President. Mr. President, Russia has been condemned for years, but what it has not yet faced is a cost high enough to change its course. Senator Lindsey Graham understood that. The bill he left us, his final legislative legacy, does not stop at symbolic penalties or mere gestures. It's a strategy. It's a strategy to impose real costs on those sustaining Russia's war machine. Lindsey, who was a friend of mine, understood what it would take. Not another statement of outrage, but a serious plan. A plan to make continuing this war more costly than ending it. And it starts with an uncomfortable truth. We cannot choke off the war chest while Russia's largest customers keep replenishing it, even as those same governments insist they want the war to end. The United States, however, has leverage, enormous leverage. Access to our market carries enormous weight. Our allies know this. Our adversaries know it, and the governments buying Russian energy certainly know it. But we should remember that tariff threats of this magnitude do not stop at the doors of a foreign ministry. They have real-world consequences. They can reach factory floors, farms, small businesses, and family budgets here at home. That doesn't mean we shouldn't act. We should act. But if Americans might absorb some of these costs, they deserve a policy that is transparent, disciplined, and tied to well-defined objectives. That's why Congress has a responsibility to ensure that these authorities remain focused on their intended purpose with clear standards governing when additional pressure is warranted and when demonstrated progress should be recognized. The bipartisan support for this legislation sends a clear and a very important message. The pressure authorized here is directed at the countries financing Russia's war and must remain tied to that mission. Full stop. The goal and the result Congress should demand is a race to the bottom among Russia's largest energy buyers, with each country competing to cut its purchases faster than the others. But a race only works when every participant knows the rules, when every participant understands the objective and trusts that meaningful action will be recognized. If countries buy more Russian energy, if they conceal transaction, or if they help Moscow evade sanctions, well, the president has every right to increase pressure. And I'll have my encouragement. At the same time, if countries cut those purchases, stop enabling Russia, and demonstrate that change with real evidence, our policy should respond accordingly. That is how leverage produces action, instead of simply imposing costs. And as this legislation moves forward through the process, I look forward to working with Chairman Crapo and the administration to keep these tariff authorities focused and on the threats Congress intends to confront, the very threats Lindsey Graham worked so hard to confront. This bill presents a simple proposition. Countries may finance Russia's war, or they may enjoy the benefits of access to the U.S. market, but they shouldn't expect to do both without consequences. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I urge unanimous consent to enter this letter from U.S. Trade Representative Greer into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this letter restricts the President's tariff authority under the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act. This is a small but meaningful victory for all Americans who continue to suffer under this president's reckless tariffs. Let's be clear, Putin is a war criminal, and his war machine must be stopped. But we should not have to choose between putting a check on Putin's aggression and putting a check on this president's tariff regime. That is a false choice, and it is one that I am not willing to accept. And so I hope in the coming hours that we go further during the amendment process. I hope my colleagues will join me in stripping out any new presidential tariff authorities. These are not normal times. This is not a normal president. If you give him an inch, he will take a mile. We don't have to imagine, we are seeing it in real time. And everyday people, as a result of that, are struggling to buy groceries, struggling to buy gas, struggling to buy their kids back-to-school supplies. They are the ones who are suffering the consequences of his reckless tariff regime. But this commitment that we were able to get from Ambassador Greer is meaningful, because if the president ignores the law, if he oversteps his power, we will see him in court. I hope this week-long process was the first step in Congress reasserting its role and placing guardrails on this president's tariff regime. I urge my colleagues to go back home and talk to ordinary folks outside of the Beltway. They will tell you that while they support any efforts to protect our national security, and that's what this is about. This isn't just about Ukraine, it is about our own national security. But we must do everything to protect our national security while at the same time bolstering the economic security of everyday Americans. So as we go back home, ask any parent you meet how much back-to-school shopping cost them this year. I can tell you as the father of 2 small children that it is much more than they wanted to spend. When we come back to Washington, we can fight for those parents and build on this work to check the power of this reckless president. But I'm glad that we've gotten as far as we have on this issue. I'd like to thank my friend and brother, Senator Cassidy, for your partnership in this amendment process. And I'd like to thank Senator Shaheen and Blumenthal for their efforts to find a solution and a way forward to support Ukraine, to protect our national security and our economic security at the same time. And with that, I yield back.
The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak to the nomination of Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. Over the last several days, I've heard from lots of people sharing their views on this nomination. And most of the time, it's clear. Mr. Blanche has become a referendum on how people feel about President Trump. If you don't like the president, you don't like Mr. Blanche. If you do like the president, you do. I have not approached it that way. This process should be about Mr. Blanche and how he will go forward in a difficult job and how the American people can be best served. I have a history with Mr. Trump, but that history does not matter one bit. On the one hand, Mr. Blanche does not need to be Senate confirmed. He can continue to serve pleasure of the President as Deputy Attorney General or even Acting Attorney General if this vote is pulled. On the other hand, I am told that Senate confirmation is important in interactions with the President, with others in the Cabinet, and is important to DOJ employees in general. Being Senate confirmed gives him greater leverage to push for things that should be pushed for. This does not demean the Senate's role. Important issues have been discussed through this process, and Mr. Blanche has made commitments. Now on to the specific nomination. Since Mr. Blanche passed out of Judiciary Committee on August the 4th, I've spoken to Mr. Blanche 5 or 6 times. We have texted many more. I just got off the phone with him. I've spoken multiple times to Senators Murkowski, Cornyn, Tillis. Senator Whitehouse shared his concerns. Additionally, I spoke with current and past administration officials, including a long conversation with former Attorney General Bill Barr. Late last night, I spoke to 2 U.S. attorneys from Louisiana, David Corsell and Kurt Wall. Of course, there's been a lot to read and a lot to consider, and I slept on it overnight. Let's start with the concerns. Mr. Blanche showed poor judgment in approving the anti-weaponization slush fund and exempting the President from IRS audits. No American should be unfairly targeted by the law, but no American should be above the law. Mr. Blanche said these were mistakes, and he has made efforts to kill the slush fund. I am particularly concerned about episodes of apparent lawfare. DOJ bringing suits against political enemies. Both parties, presidents of both parties, have been guilty of this. It must stop. It should stop now. A never-ending cycle of prosecuting political enemies undermines the rule of law, degrades the public's trust in our institutions, and makes our politics more extreme when we need to unite to solve the big problems of our time. I'm not entirely satisfied where this is, and I have no doubts that I'll have concern in the future. I will note that I've learned that some of the cases that have been publicly reported to be under investigation by the Department of Justice have been dismissed or are no longer being pursued. I am realistic that President Trump can be unrelenting on this, but this will be true no matter who the Attorney General is, and this is the rationale for having a Senate-confirmed Attorney General with more leverage to push back. I will also note that Mr. Blanche is criticized for things over which he has no control. He points out that he has been criticized for presidential pardons given to January 6 rioters, some of whom assaulted police officers. Many of us were here then. But this is a presidential prerogative, and he is not the president. He also points out that he can advise the president, but the president is not obligated to take his advice. That is the same thing that former Attorney General Barr said in a separate conversation. And Mr. President, I can absolutely believe that President Trump at times would not take advice. But even critics admit that Mr. Blanche knows the law and is a hands-on administrator. He has instructed U.S. attorneys to focus on violent crime, human and drug trafficking, and fraud in programs like Medicare and Medicaid. Mr. Corsell, the U.S. Attorney in New Orleans, says that when he needed extra resources, Acting Attorney General Blanche provided them to finish a big drug case. Both Mr. Corsell and Mr. Wall said that DOJ has accountability measures for each prosecutor in their office, and that there are weekly calls between their offices and DOJ to review the performance of each prosecutor. That morale was high, not despite the accountability measures, but because of the accountability measures. More cases were being processed and convictions being obtained. David Corsell spoke of almost $1 billion in fraud being recovered for the U.S. taxpayer from health care fraud. Both men said that having a permanent Senate-confirmed Attorney General was important. I cannot overstate Mr. Wall's and Mr. Corsell's support for Mr. Blanche. When former Attorney General Bill Barr endorsed Mr. Blanche, he said Mr. Blanche will run the department as effectively as anyone can under President Trump. Some have called that faint praise. I don't think that it is. I think it is a reality. Barr specifically addressed the allegation that Mr. Blanche would be a yes man for the president. He said that any attorney to represent a client well has to have tough conversations and confront a client with difficult truths. That because of his previous attorney-client relationship with President Trump, Mr. Blanche would be precisely the person to push back on President Trump. But that ultimately, and here Barr echoed what I heard from Blanche, decisions are made by the president. Mr. Blanche is not perfect, and he will tell you this, but the choice is not between perfection and Mr. Blanche. It is between Mr. Blanche and another acting attorney general who may not run the department effectively under President Trump and who indeed may not be as good as Mr. Blanche. This puts at risk the progress made fighting violent crime, human and drug trafficking, and fraud. And this does not serve the American people well. This is not a referendum on President Trump. It is a decision regarding Mr. Blanche in very specific circumstances. All considered, I will vote for Mr. Blanche. I'll be criticized for this vote. What's new? But the people of Louisiana can be assured that I worked hard to understand the issue and to make the right decision. With that, I yield.
President,
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I fully support taking tougher action against Russia. They have waged a deadly, years-long war on Ukraine, and the United States must do more to tighten the screws on the Putin war machine. So I am fully in favor of strong sanctions. But this bill, despite its title, is not just a sanctions bill. It gives Donald Trump massive new tariff authority that he can use to threaten our trading partners and raise prices on the American people. I believe senators will come to deeply regret voting to give Donald Trump this tariff authority. This bill gives Trump so much discretion that he can ultimately decide what countries to tariff or what countries to exempt. He can modify tariffs at his will. Over the last year and a half, Americans have seen what Donald Trump will do with unchecked tariff authority. They have seen his tariffs raise prices for Americans and their families on everything from food to housing to health care. Americans have seen small businesses and family farms shut down because they cannot afford massive new taxes on machinery and merchandise. The Trump tariffs go on again and off again, disrupting supply chains and making it difficult for businesses to plan, invest, and hire. Our allies, including Canada and the EU, openly question the reliability of our nation and are looking to other countries for more stable trade relationships. As Trump turns the tariff dial up and down to punish or reward countries as he likes, the process ends up being a corrupt taxing of the American people to settle Trump personal political scores. If Congress passes this bill with these tariffs, members will be condoning the tariff chaos of the last year and a half and inviting more. This bill gives Trump clear authority to put tariffs up to 100% on the goods Americans buy from major trading partners around the globe. That includes 100% tariffs on things like food, medicine, machinery, and electronics. Congress would even be letting Trump put tariffs on allies like Hungary, Slovakia, France, Belgium, and Japan. Donald Trump can pick and choose even more countries to tariff every 180 days. That's because there is no mechanism in this bill, none whatsoever, for Congress to roll back the Trump tariffs. Trump can increase or decrease tariffs just by notifying the Congress of his decision. He's not going to be constrained by any kind of paperwork or rules. Colleagues, this body has been fighting tooth and nail to stop Trump from abusing the laws already on the books. Trump has shown us repeatedly he won't be limited by the spirit of the law. He'll use any loophole to slap tariffs on our allies and make life more expensive for Americans. The Trump tariffs are now raising prices, hurting our alliances, and opening the door to corruption. This bill will further increase the cost of living for American families when they're struggling. So all of my colleagues who've said, look, we want to hold down the cost of living, we want to make life more affordable, this is not going to do that. This is going to increase the cost of living for Americans as we go into the next few months. It'd be a nightmare for the Americans who want to see their government tackle the affordability crisis. It would be a dangerous mistake to sign our names on a blank check that gives Trump even more power to indiscriminately use these tariffs. So I urge my colleagues this morning to support the Paul Wyden amendment, which would strike this new tariff authority. It would make sure that we're not giving Trump power to tax our constituents for the things they buy from trading partners around the world. There is no need to include this new tariff in the bill. And the fact that the White House won't support the bill without new tariff powers should scare every senator in this room. Trump has shown over the last year and a half that he can't be trusted with unilateral power on tariffs. Everything he's done suggests that he's going to abuse this power, and I urge my colleagues this morning to vote yes on the Paul Wyden amendment to prevent this body from handing Donald Trump a new tool for inflation and corruption. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Increasing taxes on Americans will not end Putin's war in Ukraine. The drafters of this legislation understandably wish to punish Vladimir Putin and send Russian invaders back to where they came from. But this bill was written such that the drafters fail to see that it will not bring peace to Ukraine, but rather will deliberately make American families poorer by increasing tariffs, which are nothing but a tax on imported goods. To save Americans from what very well could be the largest tax increase imposed by a Republican Congress, I offer an amendment that strikes the authority to impose tariffs of up to 100% on an ever-changing list of countries. Mark my words, this will be the largest tax increase by a Republican Congress. Why would Republicans who promise you they want to lower your taxes be voting to raise your taxes $500 billion? In addition, Congress should not delegate its constitutional duties to the executive branch. Now, my amendment does not touch the sanctions, the broad sanctions that are provided by the bill, nor does it touch the specific tariffs on Russia, because I see the strong desire among members of the Senate to use economic warfare against Putin. But I object to economic warfare against the American consumer. Once upon a time, Republicans were distinguished from Democrats by their persistent chant that the U.S. deficit was the result of a spending problem, not a revenue problem. Yet today, many Republicans have become the cheerleaders for more revenue. The bill before us grants the executive branch the power to raise nearly $500 billion in revenue, in taxes. I hope I am not the only Republican left in Congress who is horrified by a bill that proposes to raise taxes $500 billion. In addition, there is the constitutional question. Can Congress delegate its Article 1, Section 8 authority to lay taxes and levies? Can they just give it away to the executive branch? For 100 years or more, the Supreme Court has said we can't give away our power, and in what world would we want to give away our power? The power to tax and spend was given to Congress. Why would they give that to the president? What sort of feckless Congress gives away their constitutional power? The power was divided for a reason. Montesquieu said if you bring the legislative powers together with the executive, you'll have no liberty. The powers were divided between the legislature and the executive so we could fight for liberty, so it would make it hard to raise taxes. The answer, can Congress give away its power, is an unequivocal no. Embedded within our Constitution is something called the non-delegation principle, which states that Congress cannot delegate its core legislative powers to another branch of government or to private entities. The Supreme Court used to enforce this non-delegation doctrine, most notably in the Schechter poultry case. But that case was decided in 1935, and for much of the intervening years, the Supreme Court has been a reliable ally to lazy legislators. Up until recently, the Supreme Court effectively relieved Congress from the hard work of legislating. But the tide is turning, frankly, with the help of several of President Trump's nominees. Justice Gorsuch forcefully made the case for reviving the non-delegation principle by arguing that if Congress could pass off its legislative power to the executive branch, legislation would risk becoming nothing more than the will of the current president. The problem with this legislation is that it disobeys the clear command of the Constitution. Taxes and levies must be determined by Congress. Moreover, taxation bills must originate in the House of Representatives. Do not let sympathy for Ukraine blind you to the reality of tariffs. Tariffs are taxes on imports that are paid by Americans. They are paid by parents trying to provide for their families. They are paid by students saving up to buy their first car. Tariffs are paid by anyone who seeks to spend money on any conceivable product. There will be those who will try to pull the wool over your eyes and tell you that despite this persistent sticker shock, despite the feeling that life just keeps getting more and more expensive, the tariffs are always paid by somebody else, by some foreign country. The members who vote for this tax will tell you not to worry, these tariffs will only be levied on foreign countries. This absurd claim is provably false. Figuring out who pays tariffs is easy. All you have to do is look at those who are getting refunds. When the Supreme Court struck down the tariffs, a whole bunch of people lined up for refunds. Who's not on the list? The Chinese government's not on the list. Canada's not on the list. Mexico's not on the list. American companies are getting the refunds because Americans pay tariffs. And do you think the company pays the tariffs? No, they pass it along to the consumer. You're all paying higher prices. Every time you get something through retail, you're paying higher prices. The entities that lined up for the rebates after the Supreme Court struck down the emergency tariffs were primarily American retailers such as Walmart, Target, Costco, Nike. Let me repeat, China is not on the refund list because China doesn't pay the tariffs. American importers and retailers pay the tariffs, and they pass the cost of the tariffs on to the consumer. You don't have to take my word for it. A letter was sent to the Senate Republican and Democrat leaders by 24 industry associations, including the Chamber of Commerce, the Consumer Technology Association, the National Retail Association, warning about the cost of tariffs imposed by this bill. Here are some quotes from industry concerned about these new taxes. The potential of a new broad 100% tariff on imports from secondary countries risks raising costs for American businesses, workers, and consumers. These new tariffs, that approach would effectively tax U.S. importers and consumers for foreign governments' energy decisions, conduct that is outside the control of the American companies. They further say, tariffs of this scale would increase costs for everyday consumer goods, manufacturing inputs, and other products, while creating significant uncertainty for companies making, sourcing, pricing, and inventory decisions for months on end. It could also lead to retaliatory tariffs against U.S. exports. So it doesn't necessarily help exports to tax imports because the other countries then will tax our exports. Tariffs are a blunt tool, they say, that can penalize law-abiding U.S. companies importing legitimate goods, invite retaliation, complicate trade negotiations, and shift costs onto American families without ensuring that pressure reaches the intended actors. These 24 associations end their letter by saying, we urge Congress to remove the tariff authority from the bill and instead focus on targeted sanctions, stronger enforcement against sanction evasion, and coordinated diplomacy with countries purchasing Russian energy. Anybody concerned with the economic well-being of American families would come to the same conclusion, but it's not easy to find such common sense in Congress. Imposing a 100% tariff on all goods imported from countries like China and India is the economic equivalent of shooting ourselves in the foot. Middle and low-income Americans enjoy a higher quality of life when they have more purchasing power for everyday necessities. Recent tariffs are estimated to have already cost the average American family $1,700. So the average American family is already paying $1,700 more because of these taxes that are placed on the things you buy. Now this Republican Congress, after it just gave the American people tax cuts, is going to do the opposite. Which is it? Are we the party of lower taxes or higher taxes? This will be the largest tax increase in recent history, perhaps the largest tax increase that a Republican Congress has put onto the people. What are we going to say to the parents buying their kids new shoes for school year? The minimum wage worker who needs to buy a new part to fix their car to get to work? Or the single mother buying diapers when they notice that their prices have doubled? The costs of the tariffs are not strictly monetary. These tariffs threaten to undermine America's strategic position in the world. Some naively think that the tariffs will get China to distance themselves from Russia. But it might be the opposite. Recent history suggests that they will instead push Russia and China together. China's not going to get this 100% tariff and say, oh, we're sorry. We're no longer going to cooperate with Russia. We've kind of forced Russia to give us this great deal on oil and gas that we pipe into our country, but we're sorry now and we're going to give up on that. No, it's going to push them closer together. The people that we are worried about are going to become more allied. Slapping a 100% tariff on China may inadvertently solidify the geopolitical alignment with Russia, as Beijing will become more, not less, reliant on Moscow for economic and diplomatic support. Ryan Young is a senior economist with the Competitive Enterprise Institute. He points out that Russia is the junior partner in the alliance with China. Young reminds us that China agreed to a second natural gas pipeline between the two countries on the condition that Russia sell China its gas at a lower than market rate. You think China's going to give up on that? No, China will continue to buy its oil and gas from Russia after this, and they in all likelihood will respond to our tariffs with tariffs of their own. This is what's going to happen. It is not going to solve the situation. It's going to raise American taxes, drive Russia and China together, and then China will actually add tariffs on our goods as well. It's a huge mistake. Imposing tariffs on China will reignite the trade war. Beijing will certainly retaliate with their own tariffs and export controls. Maya Nicolazzi, the Deputy Director of the Economic Statecraft Initiative at the Atlantic Council, reminded us that on Liberation Day, the tariffs placed on China in April 2025 didn't change Beijing's behavior. Instead, those tariffs prompted China to restrict exports of critical rare earth elements. We already tried this once. They responded by restricting their exports of things we need to make batteries for cars, and then we eventually ended up negotiating lower tariffs. Do we want to go through the same world of that again? Likewise, imposing a 100% tariff on India at a time when we are actively trying to court them to help us in our competition with China is completely self-defeating. Ryan Young with the Competitive Enterprise Institute worries that imposing tariffs on India will alienate one of the most important strategic partners in Asia and a potential counterweight to China. So as we try to get India to be more aligned with us instead of with China or Russia, admirable goals, we put tariffs on India, and what does that do? It pushes them more towards China and more towards Russia. It is also unclear if tariffs could even be imposed on individual members of the European Union, like Slovakia and Hungary, given Europe's common trade policy. In 2025, U.S.-EU bilateral trade was over $1 trillion. That is making both parties rich. We have become extraordinarily rich as a country as international trade has expanded. In fact, prosperity of the individual, prosperity of the country is directly proportional to the amount of trade. Think about that. Trying to tariff individual EU countries directly undermines President Trump's recent U.S.-EU trade agreement. Should the EU retaliate against the U.S., the result will be disastrous for both American businesses and consumers. I encourage my colleagues to support my amendment that strips the counterproductive tariffs from the legislation. If not adopted, Congress should reject this strategic blunder of a bill that will do nothing to bring peace to Ukraine, but rather raise American prices for American consumers, further weaken the dollar, destroy U.S. relations around the globe, and drive our adversaries closer together. I recommend a yes vote on the Paul Wyden amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
just very briefly, my colleague has hit a number of key points, and to close, I just want to make a couple of points. The American people who are following this debate, I'm sure, think that stuff can be corrected, stuff can be changed, and the reality is, under this particular bill, Congress has no authority to modify this deeply flawed piece of legislation. So the reality is, in the next few months, when we've got folks who are walking an economic tightrope here in America, balancing the food bill against the fuel bill and the fuel bill against the rent bill and the like, they're going to come to their elected officials and say, I'm getting pounded by these new tariffs. I'm just getting hit by an economic wrecking ball. Do something about it. Under this legislation, Congress cannot modify this bill. It's just not possible. So what we're going to have to do is make sure that the American people get some additional attention in other areas of the economy, because under this legislation and under these tariffs, they are going to get hit by an economic wrecking ball. And it is an unforced error that doesn't have to happen. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, shortly we will vote on the Russia sanctions bill, as we have come to call it, and I want to begin by thanking my colleagues for their overwhelming support for this measure, and in particular to thank Senators Shaheen, Britt, Wicker, Risch, Coons, Whitehouse, Durbin, and of course, Senators Schumer and Thune. Their help has been invaluable as we reach this important moment. Last week, with President Zelensky watching from the gallery, this body sent a powerful message to Vladimir Putin and all who are supporting him with funding for his vicious, bloodthirsty, illegal war against the brave, free people of Ukraine. Today, President Zelensky is watching from Ukraine. And Putin is watching from Moscow. I would like to think that Lindsey Graham is watching too. And I know how proud he would be of his sister today, who has taken his place on the floor and has been such a profoundly strong and effective advocate for this bill. Today we say to the people of Ukraine, you are not alone. And we say to Vladimir Putin, you will not conquer Ukraine. You will not defeat this free, brave people who are turning the tide against your bloodthirsty aggression. Nearly 2 years ago, Lindsey Graham and I began working on this bill, but really the journey began with our first trip to Ukraine together some 4 years ago. Robert Frost once said, when he was asked how he began his poems, he said, a poem begins with a lump in the throat. Our journey toward this bill began with a lump in our throats and tears in our eyes when we visited Bucha. Not long after, the Russians were pushed out of that small town just kilometers away from President Zelensky's bunker, which we also visited on that trip just weeks after Ukraine succeeded in pushing them out. We saw the mass grave where Putin's military shot innocent women and children in the back of their heads. We talked to Ukrainian troops who lost limbs, loved ones who lost sons and daughters, fathers and mothers. We talked to children who were kidnapped by Putin, literally abducted and placed in education camps. And on one of those long train rides, we took 6 or 7 trips into Ukraine together. We began thinking about this bill to impose scorching, sledgehammer sanctions and tariffs on Ukraine to stop the flow of money fueling Putin's war machine, money that was essential to his slaughterous aggression against Ukraine. And like one of those trains, the journey to this bill was filled with a lot of bumps, a lot of stops and starts. And through it all, what sustained us, as much as anything, was Senator Graham's overwhelming sense of optimism, his sense of humor, his belief in freedom and democracy, his belief in America. And so this bill is a tribute to him. We disagreed about many issues, he and I could be on the receiving end of his anger as well as his praise. But the partnership that we forged, I think, is a lesson, without exaggerating it, to perhaps the people of America that, yes, we can work together and accomplish good things for the world. One of Senator Graham's final acts as a member of this body was to reach an accord with the White House on our behalf and secure the president's support. He died literally the next day. I spoke to him shortly before his death, and I know as well as anyone that this chamber, this body will not be the same without him. We miss him, and this bill, named in his honor, carries on the work that he believed was so important. It will impose scorching sanctions on the Russia war machine and the shadow fleet that sustains it. It will prevent critical resources from flowing to the Kremlin's coffers. It will authorize the president to impose duties and penalties on the largest purchasers of Russian crude oil and natural gas, punishing the profiteers for buying discounted energy products and pushing them to decrease purchases. It is a powerful deterrent against complicity in Putin's illegal war. And it provides a powerful pressure point in stopping buyers of Russian oil and gas from continuing to provide the essential fuel for that war machine. It will give the administration the tools it needs to punish anyone who aids Russia as they continue to evade United States sanctions and promote stronger, stricter enforcement of those sanctions. For years, countries have been allowed to permit bad actors to broker deals and support the shadow fleet's movement all around the world. They have become fabulously rich while preaching the need for peace. These countries will be exposed as facilitating evasion of sanctions, and it will help us end the war. The goal is peace. We have the power to help end this war, and we cannot stand idly as a young, democratic nation desperately fights for its survival against a murderous dictator. We know from history, appeasement is a failed hope, and hope is not a strategy. We cannot appease Putin in the hope that he will abandon his imperialist ambitions, because history shows that he will not. And his ambition doesn't end in Donbass or Luhansk. It reaches deep into Europe, and it threatens our national security and our allies' security. Yes, we need our allies, and they have stepped up to aid Ukraine in this war. Appeasing Putin is a disservice to the brave men and women of our military who are defending our freedom all around the globe, because it puts them in greater risk if Putin thinks he can move against our NATO allies, and then we will be required to put our sons and daughters in harm's way. For 4 years, Ukraine has refused to bow to Putin's will. They have beaten back wave after wave after wave of Russian attacks. Our military gave them maybe a few weeks in 2022 to survive Putin's onslaught. They pushed the Russians back in those weeks after the first wave of assault, and they have continued a brilliant campaign of using new technology that has amazed and awed the world, including our own military, which is learning from Ukraine about the use of drones and other unmanned weapons platforms. Their ingenuity and determination are awe-inspiring, even as their stockpiles of interceptors and other air defense run dry. And we must provide the kind of military defense aid, the interceptors, the PAC-3s for the Patriot system, for the THAAD platform, that are essential to defend the Ukrainian people who are enduring night after night after night, missiles and drones killing civilians aimed at schools, hospitals, malls, civilian targets. Putin not only abducts children, he kills them in their beds as they sleep with missiles and drones that are aimed purposely at civilian targets to terrorize and intimidate the people of Ukraine. But they will not yield. And today they continue to stand as a beacon of hope and liberty, shining against the darkness. Today we cannot provide all that military aid that they need, but we can take this step, a step to stand with the people of Ukraine and show that their fight is our fight. I would like to close with some brilliant rhetorical flourish, but I'd rather just recall some of Senator Graham's last words to me. He said, "This is a big effing deal. We all did good." Decorum prevents me on the Senate floor from saying what he actually said. But I would like to say, looking across the chamber where he sat, that he is with us today and that he will be proud of what we are doing. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Hampshire, sorry.
Sponsors of this legislation, to remember Senator Lindsey Graham, to thank everyone who has worked so hard on this legislation, the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act, and so appreciate Darlene Graham's being here and her support for this. So I'm here to support the underlying bill, but I also am here to oppose the Paul Wyden amendment. Now, I understand the concern of some of my colleagues on tariffs. I share those. I co-led an amicus brief challenging the president's illegal use of IEEPA to impose tariffs and appreciated Senator Wyden's partnership on that. That argument prevailed at the Supreme Court. I also oppose any abuse of the tariff authorities that are currently on the books. But the authority in this bill to impose tariffs is very narrowly scoped, and it contains clear guardrails. It explicitly says that the only countries that can be subject to tariffs are the top 5 purchasers of oil or gas, the top 5 sanctions evaders for Russian oil. So if we're going to be successful at putting pressure on that we need to put pressure on to get Vladimir Putin to the table, we've got to shut down the money that he's getting from oil and gas. And that's what this bill would do. These tariffs have one purpose: to make it more costly for countries to keep buying the Russian energy that funds Putin's war. This amendment does not restore Congress's constitutional authority over trade, which, listening to the authors, you might question. And if this amendment is adopted, President Trump's existing tariff authorities remain exactly where they are today. The only thing that would change would be our ability to put pressure on countries that are still buying Russian energy. So I oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well. And I think one of the critical issues here is the urgency of where we are in this war right now. The momentum is on Ukraine's side. This is Russia's worst summer of the war yet, but we know the situation can change quickly against Ukraine. China's supporting Russia's efforts to regain battlefield advantage by helping the Russians develop their own version of Starlink. One of the things President Zelensky raised a concern about the last time Senator Graham and I had a chance to meet with him in Ankara at the NATO summit. According to President Zelensky, that technology that China's working on could be available as early as November. That would advance Russia's drone technology to catch up with Ukraine. The battlefield could look significantly different in the next 6 to 12 months, and that could roll back Ukraine's advantages. Now is the time to put more pressure on Putin. This legislation, if it's advanced before the August recess, will be ahead of Russia's upcoming elections. They hold their legislative elections in mid-September. After that, Putin is likely to be required to change conscription in response to the severe shortage of recruits because they are losing 35,000 Russians a month. Advancing the legislation ahead of Russia's upcoming elections will increase pressure on Putin to seriously revisit prospects for a peace deal. And make no mistake, Russia is watching what we do. We have the history of this war to show that every time the United States backs away from putting pressure on Russia, from helping Ukraine, from funding the war, Russia ramps up its attacks in Ukraine. It kills more civilians. And that's where we are. If we can't shut down the funding for the war machine that Russia is using against Ukraine, then they're going to keep at it. We have to show the determination that the United States feels to support this emerging democracy that Senator Blumenthal was so eloquent to talk about. So that's why there's real urgency for what we're doing today. Not just to pass this underlying sanctions bill, but to make sure that the tariffs that are funding Russia's war machine can shut down the oil and gas that is keeping that war machine going. So I hope all of my colleagues will oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I want to join my colleague, the distinguished ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee. We're in the same spot on this bill and on the amendment. Just last week, I stood in this chamber and asked my colleagues to join me in moving this bill forward, and many of them from both sides of the aisle did so. That vote was successful with a margin of 86 to 12. That is a rare vote at this time in the Senate. That same night that we voted in tremendous support of Ukraine, a number of us welcomed Ukraine's president back to the Capitol, where he gave us a fulsome update on Ukraine's battlefield successes. He expressed how Ukraine sorely needed this sanctions legislation to magnify the impact of Russia's battlefield losses by imposing crippling economic costs on Russia's economy. This could finally bring Russia to the negotiating table and end this conflict, which we all want to see happen. But to be clear, while this legislation would help Ukraine counter Russian aggression, it also protects Idahoans, all Americans, but Idahoans who I focus on here, as all of us focus on our own constituents, and that is always each of our priority. Peace and stability in Europe are in America's interests. In the interconnected world we live in, prosperity in Europe only helps us here at home. Like everyone here, I always view what we're doing here through the lens of how will this affect my constituents at home? How will it help them? And bringing an end to this conflict will allow us to return to issues that Idahoans care about: lowering prices, unleashing domestic energy, protecting public lands, and building a better future for the next generation. This legislation brings us much closer to that end and an end to this conflict. It will make a decisive impact that goes beyond what can be achieved on the battlefield. It will cut off the flow of cash that powers Putin's war machine. I've worked with my colleagues on this bill for more than a year, including my friend from New Hampshire, with Senator Blumenthal, and of course with Senator Lindsey Graham, who was very focused on this bill, and with the President. I've worked particularly to include sanctions in this bill against Russia's illicit shadow fleet that it uses to evade existing sanctions and prop up its energy sector. These ships and the oil sales they facilitate directly fuel Russia's war machine and threaten American and European security. They enrich Russia, China, and Iran. This bill will go a long way to stopping that shadow fleet. I have also worked to include provisions taking aim at Russia's defense supply chains and a number of key energy projects causing real pain to Putin and those who keep him in power. They will do that. These tools will give the U.S. and our allies the leverage we need to force Russia back to the negotiating table and end this conflict. I would be remiss if I didn't note that this bill was a culmination of many, many hours of work from my staff, Senator Shaheen's staff, Senator Blumenthal's staff, Senator Lindsey Graham's staff. All of them and other staffs worked on this, and we usually don't thank them here on the floor, but they really need thanks on this because this went on so long and was so technical. Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't note that this bill was a passion project for our friend Lindsey Graham, and it's fitting that we'll see it move through the Senate today. I hope to once again see a strong majority of my colleagues join us in this bill and passing this bill right here and right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Order. The Senate will resume legislative session and consideration of H.R. 5334, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 454, H.R. 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth, and for other purposes.
I call up amendment number 6711 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from South Carolina, Ms. Graham, for herself and Mr. Blumenthal, proposes an amendment numbered 6711.
The senator from Kentucky.
I call up amendment number 6715 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, for himself and others, proposes an amendment numbered 6715 to amendment numbered 6711.
Mr. President,
The senator from Kentucky.
the bill before us contains the largest tax increase ever passed by a Republican Congress. Worse yet, the bill transfers the taxing authority from the legislature to the executive branch, an unconstitutional delegation of power. The Constitution clearly states that Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, and excises. Madison believed the Republic would survive only if the Constitution divided the power and pitted the executive ambition against legislative ambition. Madison would be horrified by the clamor of so many in Congress to cede the taxing authority. My amendment strips the transfer of the taxing authority from the bill. My amendment, if it passes, will demonstrate that Congress still has a spine, still has ambition, and still supports the separation and limitation of power.
Mr. President.
Who yields time in opposition?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I ask for 2 minutes to be equally divided between myself and the senator from Connecticut.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate has a spine. That's exactly what we're doing here today, is standing with a steel spine. We are standing against Putin's aggression. You saw this week him actually attack innocent Ukrainians. Ballistic drones hit breweries. They hit innocent civilians working in warehouses. This is enough. Today we stand together to say we are going to cut off the flow of money to Putin. Senator Lindsey Graham said that this part, the part that our colleague from Kentucky wants to rip out, was actually the heart of this bill, that this was the way to hit Putin where it hurt most. Section 113 was carefully negotiated, and these authorities expire and are not permanent. Today, we send a message to Vladimir Putin, and we give President Trump the tools he needs to end this war.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleague from Alabama's strong support for this bill. She has been instrumental in our reaching this point, and I thank her and Senator Graham of South Carolina. To state it really bluntly, Mr. President, this amendment kills the bill. It decimates the purposes of the bill, which has been the result of painstaking, sometimes painful negotiation over months with the White House, with our colleagues here, with the United States Trade Representative, whom I also thank for his cooperation and assistance. It would eliminate tariff provisions that have been narrowly constrained to the 5 largest purchasers of Russian oil and gas. It is not a broad blunderbuss provision. It is narrowly targeted. And no secret, the 2 largest purchasers, 90%, China and Russia. So let's be real here. This narrowly targeted tariff provision is essential to the bill. The choice isn't between this bill with tariffs and a bill without tariffs. The choice is between this bill or no bill. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no.
The question occurs on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Van Hollen, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Britt, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Justice, Kennedy, King, McCormick, Merkley, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schatz, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Sullivan, and Whitehouse. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Armstrong, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no.
In the motion. Okay. On this, the yeas are 32, the nays 64. The amendment is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the Graham-Blumenthal amendment number 6711 is agreed to, and the clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 454, H.R. 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth for other purposes.
President. Mr.
Oh, the
President.
senator from New Hampshire, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senators Shaheen, Blumenthal, and Schumer be recognized for up to 1 minute each.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, colleagues, every day Russia earns billions from energy exports. It has more resources to finance this war. And every day that Putin has those resources, he gains more time. And every day that Putin gains more time, more Ukrainians are killed. This legislation is what President Zelensky asked us to do. This is what Senator Graham worked so hard to achieve. I hope we can give it an overwhelming vote. Thank you.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I want to thank my colleagues in advance for their overwhelming bipartisan support for this bill that shows we can still work together for the right causes to accomplish the right results. I want to particularly thank Senator Lindsey Graham and his courageous, effective sister, Darlene, for their immensely important, even historic contribution to this bill. Today, we say to Vladimir Putin, you will not conquer Ukraine. We stand with the brave, free people of Ukraine. We need to provide them military assistance. We can't do that today, but we are providing the economic tools that are necessary to stop the major purchase of Russian oil and gas from fueling Zelensky's war machine. President Zelensky has said to us from the beginning, give us the tools, we'll do the job. Today, we give him an essential tool. I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
The senator from South Carolina.
I rise today, and I'm honored to reiterate my full support for the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act of 2026. My late brother Lindsey was a foreign policy and national security expert. He was also a peacemaker who was determined to bring an end to the conflict in Ukraine. He worked tirelessly to achieve that goal. Lindsey traveled to Ukraine on 10 separate occasions, seeking an end to this war. And despite the Ukrainian people's unwavering resolve to fight back, Russia has refused to stop. On his last trip to Ukraine, Lindsey continued his work to achieve peace. He understood that providing President Trump the tools contained in this legislation would help push Russia to the negotiating table. That had been his goal since day one. We are all aware of the tremendous bloodshed. For more than 4 years, Putin has wreaked havoc on the lives of everyday people, kidnapping tens of thousands of Ukrainian children and committing unspeakable acts. The war against Ukraine is primarily funded by the revenue Russia rakes in from energy sales. Without these profits, the ability to fund the war would be crippled. This legislation hits Putin where it hurts. It contains provisions that specifically target those who are supporting Russia's war in Ukraine. This bill forces those primary countries keeping Russia's economy afloat to make a simple yet critical choice, a choice between doing business with America or buying cheap Russian energy. This legislation tells Russia's customers that the United States of America will not sit by while they fund Putin's assault. The Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act of 2026 would end Russia's network of aggression and criminal leadership. History tells us that when an ambitious dictator goes after one nation, he typically doesn't stop there. My brother knew this well, and I'm honored to continue his work of advancing this historic legislation. I would especially like to thank President Trump, my colleagues, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Britt, Senator Shaheen, and Senator Wicker for their leadership in moving this forward with me. I would also like to thank our staff, all the staff who have worked so very hard. In closing, over the past 2.5 centuries, America has stood as a beacon of hope to the free world. Just as the backers of this war will soon be forced to make a choice, each member of this body must also make a choice, whether we have the courage to stand up to evil or whether we will continue on with the status quo. It's time for a show of strength. It's time for action. It's time for the Senate to pass the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act of 2026. I yield the floor.
The question occurs on passage of the bill as amended. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. Mr. Armstrong. Aye. Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Hirono. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Graham. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Bennett, Blumenthal, Britt, Cantwell, Capito, Collins, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kelly, Kennedy, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Murkowski, Murray, Reed, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Schumer, Shaheen, and Warner. Senators voting in the negative: Hassan, Hirono, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Alston-Brooks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Ready? Do I say attention? On this vote, the yeas are 86, the nays are 11. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed. Under the previous order, the Graham Amendment number 6712 to the title is agreed to. The title as amended is agreed to, and the motions to reconsider are considered made and laid upon the table. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume executive session and consideration of the nominations en bloc pursuant to S.R.E.S. 817. The question occurs on confirmation of the nominations en bloc. A sufficient second. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett,
Aye. I made her sit in the chair.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Johnson, Langford, Marshall, Rickett, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Welch. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Durbin, no.
Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bennett, no.
Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Height-Smith, Mrs. Height-Smith, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Coons, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 47. On this vote, the nominations are confirmed en bloc. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the cloture motion on the Collins substitute amendment number 6732.
Is there objection? Without objection. This top one here. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, Do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on Collins Amendment 6732 to calendar number 320, H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum called under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on Amendment number 6732, offered by the Senator from Maine, Ms. Collins, to H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports from certain countries in Africa under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, to extend customs, user fees, and for others, shall that be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Cotton, aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, okay, thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, hold on one second, please. Thanks. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Daines? Aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blackburn, Booker, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Husted, Heidsmith, Johnson, Justice, Kelly, Langford, Lee, Merkley, Moody, Marino, Risch, Rosen, Rounds, Schiff, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Slotkin, Tillis, Warner, Wicker, and Wyden. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Cassidy, Kane, Markey, Paul, and Warren. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. You did. Thanks. Yes. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Bye-bye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye.
Let's see here. On this vote, the yeas are 91, the nays are 6. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. Cloture having been invoked, the clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 320, H.R. 6500, an act to extend duty-free treatment provided with respect to imports and so forth and for other purposes.
The motion to commit and the amendments pending thereto fall. Bill.
Oh, my God. I forgot to announce that one senator announced present. I need that vote back. The one pending is H.R. 6500, Cal 320. It's not critical, but it's just Senator Graham was present. Senator Graham. Do you want him to make an announcement? To clarify, one senator announced present. Yeah, I need that. There's a roll call vote being copied. I need it. It's right there. 9161? Yes. I need that vote back. It has to be corrected. I forgot to write present.
Really? Who was it? To clarify on the previous vote, the yeas are 94, the nays are 6. Sorry, okay. Sorry. To clarify on the previous vote, the yeas are 91, the nays are 6, and one senator announced present. Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand we are not in a quorum call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to express my concerns with the United States Postal Service operations in South Dakota, my home state. Over the past year or so, my team has heard from thousands of South Dakotans expressing their frustrations and, frankly, anger about poor mail delivery in our state. We've heard from veterans who are not getting their medication on time. We've heard from individuals who are having to pay late fees because their bills arrive the day they're due. And we've heard from people who simply aren't getting their mail delivered, even though they can see on the Postal Service app that they should be receiving it that day. My team wanted to test it for ourselves. We wanted to see how long it would take to send a piece of first-class mail from our office in Rapid City, South Dakota, to Pierce, South Dakota, the capital of our state, which is about 172 miles driving distance away. That would be from Rapid City to Pierce. Instead of taking a direct route, this letter went from Rapid City west to Denver, and then to Des Moines, Iowa, across Nebraska, and then from Des Moines, Iowa to Fargo, North Dakota, and then back to Pierce. Let me do the math for you. This letter traveled over 1,800 miles across 4 different states just to end up back in South Dakota. As soon as we caught wind of just how bad the mail service had gotten in South Dakota, I tried to have an open discussion with the Postal Service leaders. When it became clear to me that they weren't interested in fixing it, I requested an investigation from the Office of the Inspector General of the Postal Service, which happens to answer to Congress, not to the Postal Service. The OIG accepted our request and began to investigate the issues with mail service in South Dakota. As a part of their investigation, they were on the ground in South Dakota earlier this year. For evidence of just how deep the problem in the Postal Service runs, the OIG reiterated to my team and to me that they had to do this investigation clandestinely. If Postal Service leaders caught wind of where OIG representatives were going to be on which days, they could try to manipulate the results. Turns out they were correct. As soon as it was announced that the OIG team would be heading to South Dakota, my team heard from local post office employees that they were being asked to hide piles of mail. As I mentioned, we've also heard countless stories about life-saving prescriptions not arriving for our veterans, who get many of their refills through the mail. In fact, that's the desired route for many of our veterans to get their prescriptions. According to the Black Hills VA, the USPS has lost so many important medications that the VA has had to repeatedly notify the Drug Enforcement Administration and the U.S. Postal Service Inspector General. In some parts of the country, the VA tells veterans they should order prescription refills at least 20 days before their supply runs out to account for these delays. By comparison, it only took half that time to put a man on the moon. I've even heard from the Secretary of the VA, Doug Collins, who, because of the nationwide postal delays, he directed his staff to look into policies on how the VA can better work with independent community pharmacies to give veterans the prescriptions they need to live a healthy life. It should not come down to this. 5 years ago, the Postal Service told Congress that it needed billions of dollars in financial relief to become sustainable. Based on that promise, Congress passed the Postal Service Reform Act. They promised that the so-called Delivering for America plan would cut costs, improve service, and return Postal Service to profitability. Instead, today, Americans face unprecedented costs when they want to mail a letter with delivery times worse than the Pony Express, all while the Postal Service continues to burn through billions of dollars as if money grows on trees. The U.S. Postal Service decided that in order to be cost-effective, they should deprioritize rural America. For many years, mail was picked up from post offices and routed to processing facilities at least twice a day, regardless of where you lived or how rural you may be. But under the Postal Service's Regional Transportation Optimization Initiative,
mail from post offices located more than 50 miles from a processing facility are only sent to processing facilities once in a single morning dispatch, and in many cases this adds up to a full day delay before a letter starts its journey to the processing facility. Now that's bad enough, but it also means that despite a letter being in the post office's legal possession, it's not postmarked until at least the next day. For many, this can be the difference between a tax return being on time or an absentee ballot being counted, simply because of where you live. And despite these cost-saving measures, now the U.S. Postal Service is asking for billions more, all while senior executives receive large bonuses and lavish benefits like wellness reimbursement incentives, financial planning, retirement counseling services, TSA pre-check, a reimbursement for it, and membership in up to 2 airline lounge clubs per year. The Post Office also created a deferred compensation program. Yeah, a deferred compensation program to pay its highest paid officers above compensation limits that have been imposed by Congress. That needs to end. And that is the reason that I am introducing the USPS Executive Benefit and Bonus Removal Act. Incompetent bureaucrats should not get bonuses when the mail does not run on time. If the Postal Service were serious about cutting costs, it should cut costs inside its own ivory tower before passing costs on to the American people who are still receiving terrible service. In addition, I've announced that I am placing holds on every nominee for the Postal Service Board of Directors until their leaders take steps to fix mail service in South Dakota. I suspect other senators from rural states may do the same. To lift these holds, I want the Postal Service to commit to making these 3 fixes in South Dakota at a minimum. Number 1, immediately suspend their regional transportation optimization in South Dakota on a permanent basis. Number 2, start delivering intrastate mail, meaning mail inside of South Dakota, within 1 to 2 days using our existing facilities that they have already been scaling back. And number 3, they need to commit fully to implementing all findings of the OIG investigation when it becomes available. Now, I've spoken with some of my Senate colleagues who are seeing the same issues in rural parts of their states. I look forward to working together to find a different model for the Postal Service that actually works for the American people again, despite the blinders that our Postal Service leadership seem to have on. It's way past time that we put the service back into the Postal Service. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, just before I begin my remarks, would associate myself with the remarks of my colleague from South Dakota pertaining to the Postal Service and their work in South Dakota. If there was a way to build an incredibly inefficient model, they have figured out how to do it. It needs to be fixed. I share his view and will work with him to insist and ensure that they make changes that improve the service that affects the constituents, the people that we represent and serve. Mr. President, when this Congress began last year, we had a long to-do list. The American people had made their priorities clear. As I said from the start, this Republican majority was ready to deliver. Republicans were committed to strengthening our economic future, ending the Biden border crisis, and making America safer and stronger in the years ahead. Mr. President, that's exactly what we've been working on these last 19 months. And the American people are seeing the results of our efforts. The clearest example came this April when 90% of Americans saw a tax cut, which meant more of their hard-earned money stayed in their pockets instead of going to the IRS. And that was thanks to the working families tax cuts. Mr. President, that was Republicans' top priority last year. The American people had suffered for years through an inflation crisis caused by Democrats' reckless spending, and they were facing a massive tax hike, $2,500 for a typical family in my state, if Congress had failed to act. But the working families tax cuts made sure that the tax hike never came. Republicans delivered permanent tax relief that benefited 97% of taxpayers this past year. We implemented new tax cuts like no tax on tips or overtime, raised the child tax credit, gave seniors an additional $6,000 deduction, and provided America's small businesses and family farms and ranches with significant and permanent tax relief, too. And, Mr. President, Republicans haven't just put more money in hardworking Americans' pockets. We've been working to bring down costs. And one of the ways we're doing that is by lifting unnecessary and burdensome regulations that drive up the cost of things that Americans need. We passed the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, which cuts red tape, and that has contributed to home ownership becoming more affordable for many Americans. We did away with Biden-era regulations that would have driven up the cost of household appliances and energy. We got rid of electrical vehicle mandates that were going to force Americans into pricey electric cars that they didn't want. And we've taken concrete action to drive down costs at the pharmacy counter as well. We passed a law to ensure that patients get the savings from any discounts or rebates from their purchases at the pharmacy counter in their health care plans. We removed incentives for pharmacy benefit managers to promote higher-priced medications at the expense of seniors. And we improved access to more affordable generic drugs. Mr. President, these are policies that change the math of families' budgets. More money in their pockets, lower costs for the things that they need. And beyond that, we've also taken actions to strengthen our economy for the long term. We've seen positive news about a boost in manufacturing in our country, thanks in part to the working families tax cuts. Other provisions in that law make education pathways more affordable, strengthen our skilled workforce, and create opportunity for the future. The law also bolstered programs that America's farmers and ranchers depend on. And the working families tax cuts made a generational investment in rural health care providers in all 50 states, putting those providers on a more secure path forward so that Americans in rural areas can continue to have access to quality, affordable health care close to home. Mr. President, I mentioned that ending the border crisis was another priority for this Senate majority. And we didn't waste any time getting to work on that either. The first bill we passed was the Lake and Riley Act, requiring that illegal immigrants who are arrested for certain crimes aren't put back on the streets. We also passed the HALT Fentanyl Act to ensure that law enforcement has the tools it needs to go after fentanyl and fentanyl analogs that have taken too many American lives. And then there's the border itself. President Trump took swift action to secure the border early last year. And in the working families tax cuts, we provided the resources necessary to hire more agents, finish the border wall, and keep the border secure permanently. Mr. President, today illegal border crossings have slowed to a trickle. It's been like that for just about the entire Trump administration, an incredible feat considering how bad things were under President Biden. And thanks to our efforts, the resources are in place to ensure the border stays secure for the long term. Mr. President, beyond the border, we've also been focused on strengthening our military. The working families tax cuts made a generational investment in our military readiness. We complemented those efforts in last year's annual defense bill, which, among other things, made significant reforms to the way the Pentagon does business to ensure that tax dollars are being spent to maximum efficiency and effectiveness for our men and women in uniform. And this year's National Defense Authorization Act builds on those efforts as well. Mr. President, we've been busy. The Senate has taken close to 900 votes since last January. We've been in Washington a lot more than in previous years. We've also done a lot of things that haven't been done in a number of years. As I said, we made generational investments in border security, military readiness, and in rural health care. We approved the most significant tax relief bill in decades. We confirmed 21 cabinet nominees faster than the last 3 incoming administrations. And we passed the first crypto bill ever. We approved a rescissions package that cut billions in federal spending for the first time in literally 3 decades. Mr. President, our work continues. Earlier this afternoon, we passed the Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act, giving the President critical tools to bring peace to Ukraine. We also approved another slate of 74 Trump administration nominees, bringing our total to 590. And I expect to move forward on additional items very soon. Mr. President, we've been working our way through our to-do list and delivering real wins for the American people. And the work goes on. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Later today, I hope the Senate will vote to confirm the nomination of Todd Blanche to be Attorney General. I support his nomination, and I urge my colleagues to vote for him. Mr. Blanche is nominated to one of the most important offices in our country, and he has shown that he's up to that task. His impressive background and the presentation at our hearing in the Judiciary Committee are proof that he's led the Justice Department with distinction and is well suited to continue doing that. During his hearing, Mr. Blanche answered questions for more than 5 hours. His testimony reinforced what we already knew about his proving record as acting Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Blanche is a tough, fair prosecutor, dedicated to the rule of law, and his leadership instills that same zeal throughout the entire Justice Department. Mr. Blanche began his career clerking for 2 federal judges that were appointed by different political parties of the presidency. He then spent nearly a decade as a federal prosecutor in the Southern District of New York. During that time, Mr. Blanche handled a wide array of criminal matters, including narcotic trafficking and violent crimes. Mr. Blanche eventually entered private practice, where he had a very successful career with many high-profile cases. But his love of country brought him back to the public service that he's in right now. Repeating again, serving as Deputy Attorney General, and now as Acting Attorney General. Throughout his career, Mr. Blanche demonstrated an unwavering commitment to public service and the fair administration of justice. At his hearing and many times since, I've detailed the successes of the Justice Department under Mr. Blanche's leadership. Indeed, the statistics prove that Americans are safer with Mr. Blanche at the helm. So let's look at that picture. Under his leadership, fraud enforcement efforts have been ramped up. Arrests of violent crimes and criminals engaged in child exploitation have increased. Terrorist plots have been successfully thwarted. Massive quantities of illegal firearms and harmful drugs, especially like fentanyl, have been seized. So, as a result, the United States has the lowest murder rate since 1900, and crime trends throughout the country have declined. According to the Council of Criminal Justice's 2026 mid-year report, the reported rates for homicides have dropped 51% from its peak 9 years ago. Carjacking dropped 73%. Residential burglaries down 56%. Motor vehicle thefts down 51%. Now, you could go on and on with a whole bunch of other statistics. Because, according to the report, every single violent crime category and nearly all property crime categories have dropped below pre-pandemic levels. And that didn't happen by accident, Mr. President. It happened, why? Because Mr. Blanche refocused the Justice Department on keeping Americans safe. That's the sort of impact we should want and should expect from the Justice Department and any Attorney General that heads that department. And that is what Mr. Blanche has delivered. We heard about it at Mr. Blanche's hearing. The committee heard a heart-wrenching testimony from an age-old mom, Jennifer Boss. She told us about her daughter's tragic and gruesome death. She explained the importance of Mr. Blanche's focus on keeping Americans safe. Ms. Boss stated, and I quote, "I couldn't save my daughter, but with Todd Blanche as Attorney General, he might save yours, because next time it could be your child. It could be your family. It could be you." End of Ms. Boss' quote. This sentiment was shared in an outpouring of support the committee received for Mr. Blanche's nomination. 300 angel moms wrote a letter thanking Mr. Blanche for prioritizing victims and focusing the department's efforts on stopping illegal immigration, ending drug and human trafficking, and protecting America's communities from violent crime. The committee also received several letters from major law enforcement organizations that collectively represent hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers all across our country. They praised Mr. Blanche's focus on public safety, the rule of law, and his unwavering support for law enforcement professionals, the people that risk their lives daily to protect our families and our communities. In total, the committee received more than 30 letters supporting Mr. Blanche's nomination. These include more than 100 former Justice Department attorneys, chiefs of staff, U.S. attorneys, and other senior officials. Mr. Blanche's nomination was also supported by multiple former attorneys generals, including John Ashcroft and Bill Barr. These former attorney generals knows what it takes to run the Justice Department. Now, between his proven track record, his presentations to our committee, and the support he's received from across the country, I am convinced Mr. Blanche is the right choice to lead the Justice Department. A vote for Todd Blanche is a vote for the safety of the American people. That's a vote the American people deserve, and that's a vote that I'm proud to cast. So I urge all my colleagues to join me in voting to confirm Mr. Blanche as Attorney General. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of, oh.
Will the senator withhold his suggestion?
That we don't have a
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, I had the honor of voting for Todd Blanche as he was coming out of Judiciary Committee and advancing that nomination. Having worked with him over the past year or so, I think that there is no one better suited to serve President Trump's mission of enforcing the rule of law and one tier of justice for all Americans. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote to confirm him when this nomination comes to Tennessee. It comes to the floor. When I talk to Tennesseans, they want to make certain that their communities are safe. That is one of the main issues that they talk about, that need for public safety. And Mr. Blanche has played a big role in making that happen as the Deputy Attorney General and then as the acting Attorney General. Since last year, homicides nationwide are down 18%. They are the lowest that they have been since 1900. That is 126 years. Residential burglaries are down 13%, robberies down 17%, carjackings are down 47%. Now, when we talk about these stats in the aggregate, many times it's hard for people to say, well, how does that apply to my community? And let me show you what this has done in Memphis and what Mr. Blanche's leadership, working with Director Patel at the FBI, working with President Trump, and working with over 25 other federal agencies, what they have been able to accomplish in Memphis. Now, just 2 years ago, when you looked at the 2024 crime stats, Memphis, Tennessee, was considered the most dangerous city per capita, and it was averaging a murder a day. It was considered to be more dangerous than Colombia, Mexico City, or even Baghdad. And since day one, President Trump has worked to help us in the goal of making certain that Memphis is the safest city in the United States, and Mr. Blanche has been a key part of those efforts. Now, working together, we established the Memphis Safe Task Force, and that was done nearly a year ago. It was put in place in September of last year, and here's what they've been able to do. By working together, your local, state, and federal law enforcement, they've made over 11,000 arrests, 1,200 known gang members have been apprehended, 183 missing children located, and as of this week, 2,000 illegal firearms have been seized, taken off the streets. While continuing to keep our communities safe, we know that our acting attorney, Blanche, will be focused on rooting out fraud, both in elections and in government programs. The Justice Department has taken enforcement actions in blue states across the country to ensure that only American citizens are voting in American elections. Here in the Senate, we have the Save America Act to support this effort, and we should waste no time in getting that to the President's desk. We now know that there are more than 270,000 non-citizens on voter rolls across the country. If blue states won't clean them up, Congress must force them to clean up their rolls. In one of his first actions as acting Attorney General, Mr. Blanche also created the National Fraud Enforcement Division. This is something that the American people have wanted to see. They don't want their tax dollars going into the pockets of fraudsters. As of April, the department was investigating 8,000 fraud cases, representing more than $1 trillion in stolen taxpayer funds. That is an astounding number. $1 trillion in stolen, misspent taxpayer funds. To the American people, this is just common sense. You investigate fraud, you lock up criminals, you secure our elections, but our colleagues on the other side of the aisle oppose all of this. Earlier this year, they forced a 75-day shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security to block funding to federal law enforcement. They have called to abolish ICE and have slandered our officers as secret police, slave patrol, and Nazis. Instead of working with the administration to secure our elections, they are practically encouraging voter fraud. 14 states, overwhelmingly blue, do not require any ID whatsoever to vote. Think about that. No ID. No ID to go to the polls and show that you are who you say you are and that you are allowed to cast that ballot. Now, many more refuse to work with DHS to compare their voter rolls with the SAVE database, which verifies a person's immigration status. Out of our states, 26 will use the DHS SAVE database to verify their voter rolls. You've got 24 that don't. So think about that and what that does to open the door for fraud. At the same time, they have opened the floodgates to fraud in government programs. California and Governor Newsom. Well, government spending in California has surged from $209 billion a year to $350 billion a year. The state auditor has repeatedly flagged that billions of these expenditures are questionable payments. Yet, what do the state Democrats do? They do nothing. Now think about this. This is a Democrat state, a very blue state, with a governor who is very much from the left wing of that party. He has a state auditor, part of his administration, who is flagging questionable payments, and they don't do anything about it. And the whole time, this is taxpayer money. It is not government money. It is the taxpayer money that is being sent to the government so that the government will be a good steward of that money and use that money for programs that are going to benefit the constituents, the citizens, the taxpayers. But instead, they are letting it go out the door to fraudsters. Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz allowed billions of dollars to be stolen through Medicaid fraud. In New York, Chinese criminal groups have stolen millions more through fraudulent Medicaid billings. See, we know this is happening. Auditors have found it. It has been pointed out to these state officials, and they won't do anything about it. So, as a taxpayer, if you're in California, New York, Minnesota, what does this tell you? It tells you that your elected officials do not give a rip and flip about you and your hard-earned money that is going in to these coffers, and then what are they doing? They are wasting it away. Now, our national debt is approaching $40 trillion, unbelievable. And the American people expect their elected representatives to be good stewards of those dollars. Instead, the Democrats are embracing the failures of socialism. Now, in New York City, Zoran Mamdani unveiled a $127 billion budget while proposing billions in new taxes. New Yorkers could see more than half of their income taken in taxes. And yet, I've laid out for you how much of that money is being wasted, going into fraud. The mayor is pretty clear about his intentions. In a speech to the Young Democratic Socialists of America, he said that his end goal is seizing the means of production. Well, how about that? He wants to go use eminent domain. He wants to take away your ability to live out your American dream, because if you have some form or means of production, he's going to take it away and say, hey, wait a minute, that great idea you have, that great machine you built, this factory that you have, this restaurant that you own, it is no longer yours, it is the government's. It's the government's. That is what you call communism. It's not yours. You don't own it. It's the government's. And then the government is going to turn around and tell you what you have to do in order to exercise that means of protection, while they're the ones that benefit, and not you. You're the cog in the wheel. You owe it all to them. Just this week, there's a Democrat candidate in Michigan, and he said, how I define my politics is a redistribution of resources. Well, how about that? Socialism, communism, taking from those who are producing and giving to those that refuse to produce, because we've all got to be the same. And that is the way the Democrat socialists view it. If you're working hard, take it away from you and give it to people that are going to go sit on their rear and do nothing. That's what they believe. They're proud of it. They think that's a great thing. It's astounding. Mr. President, it was so telling last year when the House voted on a resolution denouncing socialism in all its forms and opposing the implementation of socialist policies in the United States. Well, guess what? One would think if you're a member of the U.S. House and you have taken an oath to protect and defend our Constitution, that you would say, you better believe I'm against socialism. You better believe that I'm going to support our citizens. But you know what, Mr. President? There were 98 Democrats, 98, that voted against that. So it leaves you to ask, how in the world could this happen? That final vote tally, 98 jumped the shark and voted against that. You had 2 that voted present and 27 that took a walk and didn't vote at all. Are they so afraid of the far left wing of their party that they can't go exercise their responsibility to cast a vote? Astounding. You know, that's what you've got to look at with today's Democrat Party. They are more comfortable standing up for socialist, communist ideas, touting those, caving to the left wing, caving to the leftist media, going for likes and thumbs up and repost on social media, following the crowd and not being a leader. It's just amazing to me. And as I've talked with Tennesseans, and I had a lady in Tennessee sum it up pretty well. She is somebody who has been a Democrat. But no, she doesn't identify with them anymore. She considers them to be pro-crime, pro-fraud, and pro-socialism. Now, Mr. President, how's that for a bumper sticker? That is what the Democrat Party is supporting right now. They are pro-crime, they are pro-fraud, and they are pro-socialism. Now, the good thing is Americans are rejecting this agenda, and what we've seen since 2020 on net, more than 3.6 million people have fled these big, deep blue states of New York, California, Illinois, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. You have to say why. And as you talk with many of these people, many have come to Tennessee. They consider themselves to be refugees. They got out because they just don't want to live that way, being governed by people who are so far left that they are pro-crime, pro-fraud, pro-socialism, pro-communism, and being in areas that are cheering on those policies. So I would encourage people to think through what is happening. I would encourage them to stand with the rule of law, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to vote aye for Todd Blanche as we vote to confirm him as the nation's Attorney General. He understands the importance of the rule of law, enforcing the rule of law, and abiding by equal justice for all. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, thank you. Today, this afternoon, the Senate took a really important step to strengthen our national security and pay a final tribute to our colleague, Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina. This step has been a long time coming, but by an overwhelming passage of the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act, the Senate sent a clear message to our adversaries. There will be consequences for those who finance terrorism and those who wage an unprovoked war. Over the past several weeks, the administration has increased economic pressures on Russia and on Iran, making clear that the United States will not reward aggression. This legislation builds upon those efforts by giving the President stronger tools to ensure these sanctions remain effective and much more difficult to evade. Through enforcing sanctions on the top 5 purchasers of Russian crude oil, this proposal aims to address a vital component of the war many have overlooked. Russia's vulnerability lies not only on the battlefield, but also on its dependence on energy revenue. If we allow the Kremlin to continue selling billions of dollars of oil and natural gas around the world, we allow Putin to continue unhindered in building advanced weaponry, paying Russian soldiers, and prolonging the conflict. Russia's ability to continue this war depends upon its ability to generate revenue. By increasing economic pressures now, we make it more difficult for Russia to sustain its war efforts. This legislation represents a significant attempt to do just that. Following years of work between Congress, administrations, and our allies, this proposal would finally strike at the financial engine driving Russia's war machine without increasing the global price of oil. This proposal also recognizes an important reality. Sanctioning Russia alone is no longer enough. Importantly, the bill would extend and strengthen sanctions authorities related to Iran, recognizing the growing partnership between Moscow and Tehran. Russia and Iran are no longer acting independently. Iranian drones have terrorized Ukrainian cities. Russia has deepened its military cooperation with Tehran while providing political and strategic support for the Iranian regime. Both governments seek to undermine American interests, threaten our allies, and weaken the international order that has helped preserve peace for generations. The passage of this legislation will not, by itself, end the war in Ukraine or change Iran's behavior, but it will make both regimes pay a far higher price for choosing aggression over peace. The Senate has now done its part. I urge my colleagues in the House to pass this legislation and send it to the President's desk. This bill must be swiftly signed into law and implemented in order to hold Russia and those supporting its unjust and unjustifiable war accountable. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention and yield the floor.
Senator from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge this esteemed body into action. I know that we are on the verge of a planned long state work period, and many of my colleagues are looking forward to being back in our home to meet with our constituents. But here's the thing. I know many of us agree our business is far from done. The work the American people entrusted to us is not concluded. We have not done what we needed to do. We cannot leave Washington until we act upon the most vital aspect of protecting our democracy, and that is securing our elections so that we remain a government of Americans, free Americans, by Americans, for Americans. And I'm here today to make sure that happens. Our great American experiment hinges on the sanctity and integrity of our elections. And it is our responsibility, every single one of us, no matter what side of the aisle we sit on, to protect the United States of America and everything that it was built on. And to do that, we have to ensure that only Americans and legitimate voters participate in American elections. Over 250 years ago, this nation began as a bold experiment in self-representative government. And we are still guided by those enduring words that followed, "We the people." And while the challenges we face today may seem more modern, certainly more complex, and more immediate than those confronting the founders, the principles they laid out remain steadfast, guarantees to our people. We, the people, agreed we would live among one another, create, enforce, and uphold our laws. And to do that, we created a strong republic that depended on we, the people, being engaged in our elections to select our representatives, the representatives of the people, to serve our interests. And the Save America Act, indeed, election integrity efforts, are grounded in a simple, common sense, indeed foundational principle that only American citizens should vote in American elections. I really am dumbfounded that I still have to come to the floor and have this debate with anybody in this chamber. I'm one of the newest senators. I just got to Washington last year on behalf of the great free state of Florida. And I fought like heck to protect that state during challenges this nation had never faced before, and we did it. We're now one of the most successful states, with one of the states with the most secure elections. And you better be darn sure I'm going to do that here as a United States Senator on behalf of all Americans. It shouldn't be controversial. It is not complicated. It is a basic safeguard of our republic that ensures our government remains truly of, by, and for the American people. And from the beginning, the founders understood the importance of fiercely protecting our elections. Framers like Alexander Hamilton knew that our laws and our systems should reflect the will of the American people and no one else. And so Americans must be able to trust that their elections are not corrupted or skewed or nullified by non-citizens voting or ineligible persons voting. Questions about election integrity are not new. They were recognized and debated by the founders themselves. During the Constitutional Convention, one member expressed concern that states may make false returns of their elections. States today give licenses to those here illegally and then register them to vote. A lot of that paperwork happens at the same time. And it's the responsibility of Congress to uphold the election integrity of this country. It's our responsibility to do that on behalf of our constituents back home. In fact, I think it's the responsibility of this chamber to put it up for a vote so they can see who is standing up for them back home. That is the only way we can ensure the people have confidence in this system and the legitimacy of our results of elections. And this is about more than one bill. Look at any of the election integrity measures that are coming up. I'm proud to have been an original sponsor of the Save America Act. But voter ID, voter integrity bills, all of these are important. I've also sponsored a bill called Ballots by Election Day to make sure we can get prompt results so people trust these elections. It's about preserving the integrity of our republic. It's about ensuring that our government remains accountable to the people. And it's about protecting a system, a government that has endured for 250 years. And how do we ensure only citizens vote? The answer is so simple. Voter ID. It makes sense. You need a valid ID to do so many things, from driving, buying alcohol, checking into a hotel. You even need one to get an unlimited pasta pass from Olive Garden. Some have suggested in Communist Mandami's city-run grocery store, you have to show an ID to get groceries. But we are not okay with needing an ID to vote. You hear many folks that claim it is too high of a burden to force the American people to provide an ID to vote, the highest privilege of being a citizen. It's a joke. We have to be able to trust our elections are legitimate. And that is something that the vast majority of Americans agree on. And the people have been clear. It does not matter which party they're registered with. The majority in every party agree we should have to show ID for elections. According to the Pew Research Center, 83% of Americans support voter ID laws. 83%. The very groups that Democrats claim would be harmed by this measure support voter ID. It's not a fringe idea. It's broadly supported, common sense safeguard. It's also important to remember we have just seen the headlines out of New Jersey where thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote through the state's motor vehicle system. It's further proof why the Save America Act is needed. Under no circumstances should that have been able to occur. Trust in our government is already near record low. Pew Research reports only 17% of Americans now say that they trust Washington to do what is right, just about always or most of the time. If we leave without passing or voting on voter integrity, it will prove them right. When trust erodes our entire system, our republic is weakened. Because once confidence in our elections is lost, it will be incredibly difficult to restore. The Save America Act helps reinforce trust in our elections. It also stands for preserving the integrity of our republic, protecting this system that so many sacrificed to protect over the 250 years of the United States of America. Benjamin Franklin famously replied to a bystander after the Constitutional Convention that we have a republic if we can keep it. And I'm here today, Mr. President, to say we must keep it. And it is all of our responsibility to stand up and fight to keep it. I didn't come to Washington to just sit here and listen to people debate. I came to Washington to get things done. I came to Washington to make a difference. And I need my colleagues to join me in being committed to pushing through and getting a vote and taking an action on securing our elections. The people in our states, the people we serve, our bosses back home want this. They are demanding that we get this done. So let's get this done and save America. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, later tonight, my colleagues will be asked to pass the continuing resolution before us to prevent a government shutdown. As chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to craft this stopgap funding measure. The continuing resolution that we produced is bipartisan and is supported by the administration. Mr. President, after 3 unnecessary lapses in funding during the fiscal year 2026 cycle, putting the possibility of yet another harmful shutdown off the table should be a priority for each and every one of us. This continuing resolution is straightforward. It continues current government funding levels until December 11th, with limited anomalies aimed at avoiding disruptions in crucial government activities and programs. For example, our legislation includes necessary adjustments for programs like the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, better known as the WIC program, to address program costs and participation levels. It allows the USDA loan programs to operate uninterrupted for our nation's farmers. It gives the Department of Housing and Urban Development the resources it needs to maintain housing assistance for thousands of families. And we all know how absolutely critical that is. This continuing resolution also includes anomalies to prevent construction delays for several classes of U.S. Navy vessels, including the DDG-51s. It includes language to counter emergent cybersecurity threats, and it would help federal law enforcement handle and plan for national security events. The resolution allows the administration immediate access to the full funding amounts for FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund and for the Forest Service and Department of Interior's wildfire suppression efforts. We've only to look at the news to know just how critical those efforts and programs are. Mr. President, this bipartisan agreement also prevents the Office of Management and Budget from implementing a proposed rule regarding federal financial assistance from taking effect for the coming months. I advocated for significant changes in the proposed rule in a July 6th letter to the agency, citing its potential to politicize the grant-making process and harm small rural communities, our university, colleges, and nonprofit laboratories, our hospitals, our families, and biomedical research in general. There have been nearly 500,000 comments on this proposed rule, the vast majority of them against the changes that are proposed. Mr. President, I don't think in my time that I've been privileged to serve in the Senate that I have ever seen a rule, a proposed rule, generate that many negative comments. This CR also gives Congress the time that it needs to continue our work on bipartisan appropriations bills. Mr. President, last cycle, we were successful in getting 11 out of the 12 bills passed and signed into law. I hope we can do that this time as well. And the additional time that the continuing resolution will give us should help bring that about. It is so important that Congress not abrogate its power of the purse, our constitutional responsibility. Senate passage of this continuing resolution would be a major step toward averting a damaging shutdown that could harm vital programs and throw the lives of federal workers into disarray. We saw what happened in the shutdowns that occurred during the last cycle that were both unwarranted and unfair to so many of our federal employees, particularly those who were forced to work without knowing when they would be paid. We cannot allow that to happen again. I very much appreciate the overwhelming bipartisan vote earlier today of 91-6, with one person voting present, to move forward with this legislation. I urge another aye vote tonight so that we can keep our government open and working for the American people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, taxpayers deserve to know how the money they send to Washington is being spent. For 20 years now, the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act has required unclassified government spending to be put online in a searchable public website, usaspending.gov. This allows taxpayers to review the receipts for themselves. Bureaucrats, however, have been hiding tens of billions of dollars distributed through secret spending arrangements known as Other Transaction Agreements, or OTAs. By not publicly disclosing these expenditures, on usaspending.gov. With fraudsters stealing $1.4 billion every single day, we need this information now so we can account for who is taking tax dollars and why. In June, the Senate unanimously passed my bipartisan Stop Secret Spending Act to require OTAs to be publicly disclosed on usaspending.gov, just like all other government spending. Last month, the House approved the bipartisan companion bill introduced by Representatives Moore and Panetta. Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate agree that Washington needs to finally end the secrecy about how tens of billions of dollars are being spent every year. That's a win for everyone, especially our taxpayers. Let's send this bill to the President today so it becomes law. So, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 2069, which was received from the House.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 2069, an act to amend the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006 to ensure that other transaction agreements are reported to usaspending.gov and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5366 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 5366, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to codify and extend the rules for personal casualty losses arising from major disasters and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measure.
President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, and those following the debate, what this is all about is when you lose your home in a wildfire, the last thing you ought to be worried about is being hit by a massive tax bill. The bipartisan disaster relief bill that we just passed would give Oregonians and Westerners affected by these blazes some real peace of mind. It would lift a massive tax burden and deliver financial relief to each American impacted by a federally designated natural disaster. It's going to get rid of totally unfair taxes on settlement payments and ensure disaster victims can deduct losses after disasters. That's an issue the Republicans created under Donald Trump in 2017. So this is an important day, Mr. President, for my constituents at home in Oregon, folks in the West, because we're taking away what really amounts to a wrecking ball that has been hitting them in terms of the form of a massive tax hit. So I urge my colleagues to get the word out about the important relief that's just been passed, and I yield the floor.
From Michigan.
Mr. President, I will shortly ask for unanimous consent to pass the Federal Building Threat Notification Act, bipartisan legislation that I introduced with Senators Langford and Ernst to improve emergency communications in federal buildings. This bill was voted unanimously out of committee yesterday. The men and women who serve our country should be able to do their jobs in a safe and secure workplace. And members of the public who enter federal buildings to receive essential services should be confident of that. If a violent threat occurs, that they will be quickly informed and told that they need to stay safe. Unfortunately, that is not what's always happening today. Last January, shots were fired directly outside the McNamara Federal Building in Detroit, in my home state of Michigan. Yet the federal employees working inside the building were not informed about the incident until hours after it happened. This is simply unacceptable. When a firearm is discharged near a federal building and chaos ensues, the people inside should not be left wondering what the heck is happening. They should not have to rely on social media, a phone call from a family member, or news reports to learn about a threat outside of their workplace. They should receive clear and timely information from the officials responsible for protecting that building in an emergency because, Mr. President, as you know, every minute matters. Employees and visitors need to know whether they should shelter in place, evacuate the building, avoid a particular entrance, or take other immediate steps to protect themselves and to protect the public. The incident in Detroit exposed a serious gap in our federal security procedures. And it occurred at a time when threats against government facilities are increasing. Over the last 5 years, there has been a sharp increase in terrorist attacks and plots against government targets, including bomb threats. We have a responsibility to make sure everyone inside these buildings has the information that they need during a crisis. And that's exactly what this bipartisan bill will do. The Federal Building Threat Notification Act would require the Federal Protective Service and the Department of Homeland Security to develop and implement clear guidance for emergency communications within 1 year. That guidance would establish best practices and protocols for promptly notifying building tenants that violent threats are occurring inside or immediately surrounding a federal building. That includes shootings and other firearm incidents, threats involving other types of weapons, and potential terrorist activity, as well as suspicious devices. And, just as importantly, the guidance must provide employees and other building tenants with clear instructions about the appropriate safety measures they should take in response. This bill would also ensure that every building protected by the Federal Protective Service has a designated security official responsible for carrying out these procedures. And finally, the Department of Homeland Security and Federal Protective Service would report back to Congress on the guidance that they've put into place. These are straightforward, common sense protections, and I'm proud to have the support of my colleagues from across the aisle, Senator Langford and Senator Ernst. We know that these threats are real. We know there's a gap in our current system, and we know what needs to be done to address it. This legislation is bipartisan because keeping federal employees and the public safe should never be a partisan issue. We should not wait for another dangerous incident or a tragedy before taking action. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, strengthen emergency communications in federal buildings, and help ensure that employees and visitors receive timely information when their safety is at risk. So, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 545 S2542.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 545 S2542, a bill to direct the Director of the Federal Protective Service to establish guidance relating to emergency protocols for buildings and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Senator from Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate stand in recess until 7:30 p.m. and that all time in a recess count post-cloture.
Without objection. Senate stands in recess, subject to call. Oh, till 7:30. Oh, wow. Senate stands in recess until 7:30.
Senate will come to order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Ohio is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate stand in recess until 8:15 p.m. and that all time in a recess count post-cloture.
Without objection,
Thank you. Thank you.
the Senate stands in recess till 8:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order.